Good morning, everybody. I call the Senate out of recess and call the Senate to order, please, and recognize Senator Carson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adjourn from the late session.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion to adjourn passes. We're in the early session. The Senate will please be attentive to our chaplain, the Reverend Mark Warren. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning, Senators. Let's pray as your faith allows. Lord, on this National Day of Prayer, as we convene today, may your presence be felt in this gathering of senators. Grant them hearts attuned to unity and minds focused on the common good. Remind them, Lord, of their interconnectedness, like the diverse parts of one body. Inspire them to work together, recognize their unique strengths in each member brings. May they seek wisdom in decision-making, drawing upon your guidance and grace. Strengthen their resolve to serve with integrity and compassion, mindful of their duty to those they represent. Bless this assembly with unity, understanding, and a shared commitment to see New Hampshire prosper. In your mighty name, we pray. Amen.
Senator Prentice, can you do the honors?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Introduction of guests. Are there any guests to be introduced? Okay. Well, there is a guest to be introduced. Everybody, my beautiful bride, Karen. Thank you for being here. Bills removed from the consent calendar. From the Committee on Commerce by Representative Innes, House Bill 1129. And the Committee on Education by Senator Ward, House Bill 147. The Committee on Judiciary by Senator Carson, House Bill 111. The Committee on Judiciary by Senator Rosenwald, House Bill 1220. The Committee on Transportation by Senator Ricciardi, House Bill 1158. The Committee on Transportation by Senator Ricciardi, House Bill 1542.
This one you said 111, just say 1111.
Oh, apparently I said House Bill 111 when I should have said House Bill 1111. Thank you to the clerk, always correcting me. I appreciate that. Without objection, the following bill is ordered to the first bill after lunch. And by the way, we're having the intern lunch at 12:30, so we will break as close to 12:30 as possible. And that bill that will be special ordered after lunch, the Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, House Bill 1003. Without objection, the following bills are special ordered to May 16th, and the Committee on Transportation, House Bill 1158 and House Bill 1542. Without objection, the following bill is special ordered to Thursday, May 23rd. The Committee on Judiciary, House Bill 185. Today's FN has a change. I recognize Senator Gray.
Mr. President, we have just special ordered House Bill 1542, which would preclude it from going to Finance, and therefore I, without objection, move to waive 1542.
So Senator Gray moves to waive that bill, and without objection, the balance of today's FN report is adopted. Senator Carson moves that the consent calendar with all the relevant amendments as printed in the day's calendar be adopted and that all such bills found ought to pass be ordered as follows. FN bills not waived under Senate Rule 45 to the Committee on Finance. Non-FN bills approved for referral to Finance by the day's FN report to the Committee on Finance, and all other bills to third reading. And this, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? I forgot that key point.
It's okay.
Okay, the Senate will now please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 354, an act relative to chartered public school eligibility for state school building aid. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3-2. Senator Ward for the committee.
Senator Ward.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 354F and ought to pass. HB 354 enables public charter schools to apply for state school building aid and rectifies contradictory statutes relevant to such. Under HB 354F, and public charter schools may be eligible for and may seek state school building aid, albeit dependent upon a few conditions. To be considered eligible for school building aid, a public charter applicant must own its facility and must additionally submit an asset disposition plan to the State Board of Education. HB 354 makes this bill eligible to apply for the grant, but there is no guarantee that they will actually receive it. It also removes the state statute which prohibits public charters from receiving aid unless their facility was owned by the school district. I respectfully ask that please join members of the Senate Education Committee in considering HB 354F and ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Ward. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing none? I'm sorry, Senator Fenton.
You always forget me. It's all right, Mr. President.
Well, I can't see you behind our clerk.
Well, thank you anyways for recognizing me, and I'm happy to kick things off today. I do rise in opposition to the ought to pass motion. Our public school systems are under increasing strain as resources continue to be diverted from them, and they're asked to do more with less. School building aid is a key example of this. New Hampshire is an older state faced with infrastructure that is in need of proper upkeep and renovation in order to keep the needs of our community. From 2009 to 2020, our public schools had faced a moratorium on building aid grants, all while their structures continued to age. Now, although the moratorium has been lifted, we heard testimony from the Department of Education that districts had recently submitted building aid grant applications totaling more than $200 million, and that the school building aid fund is underfunded. In fact, it is capped at $50 million. $50 million in grants available with over $200 million in grant applications. Given this huge strain on building aid fund already, how can we possibly consider adding to the strain on these limited funds? Including charter schools as eligible schools for building aid will put further strain on the system, causing more challenges for our public schools to receive needed funds, and placing the burden on the local community to fund these projects when school building aid is unavailable. Further, I'm deeply concerned about the idea of giving taxpayer funds to private boards. Our charter schools do not have the same fiduciary responsibility to the public as our public schools do. Public schools are run by school boards who are elected by the community to manage them, while charter schools are managed by private boards. And we have seen multiple concerning incidents of financial mismanagement by these private boards. In fact, a charter school in Allsted has recently filed for bankruptcy and announced it will close before the end of the school year. Another charter school in Exeter is currently facing investigations for fraud and embezzlement. These charter schools are only open for a handful of years before closing, and now we are considering giving them more taxpayer dollars. Our public school building aid program must work to meet the needs of taxpayer-funded school districts that are run by our school boards and that are overseen by the state. The school building aid fund is already unable to meet the needs of our public schools, so let us not add in institutions that have shown instances of financial misuse to this already overburdened fund, and let us vote down this ought to pass motion so that an alternative motion can be brought forward. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Fenton. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor of the motion of ought to pass, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. House Bill 354 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 637FN, an act relative to calculation of average daily membership in attendance and average daily membership in residence for certain home-educated pupils. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4 to 1. Senator Lang for the committee.
Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 637FN ought to pass. House Bill 637FN simply redefines average daily membership in attendance and average daily membership in residence as it relates to students educated within a home but may be taking a class at a public school. House Bill 637FN amends RSA 198:38, Roman numeral I and I-A, to expand calculation for ADMA and ADMR to consider homeschool pupils taking classes in public school through grades 7 through 12, as opposed to just 9 through 12. For the purpose of calculating education funding for public schools, House Bill 637N would include for 7th through 12th grade home-educated students as 15% of a schooler for the purpose of education funding if they take a class in public school. I respectfully ask you to please join the members of the Senate Education Committee in considering House Bill 637FN ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Lang. If we could interrupt for a moment, Senator Perkins-Coie, you have some very special guests.
Thank you, Mr. President. I hope you will all rise and join me in welcoming the incredible fourth graders from Lee's Mastway School.
Welcome to the New Hampshire State House. Senator Soucy, for speaking or question?
If I may, the senator from District 2.
Yep.
Thank you. Just one question. I don't think this was covered in your testimony, but this bill would remove the language that says the Department of Ed shall only make payments for such pupils to the extent of available appropriations. So does this mean to the extent that we're oversubscribed?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? I missed your...
So the bill said, so current law says Department of Education shall only make grant payments for such students to the extent of available appropriations. That's being removed in 2 places in this bill. So does that mean to the extent that the numbers double or triple, the state would now be on the hook for those costs?
Correct. We would, if a homeschooler takes a class in a middle school or high school, we would allow that public school to be able to get a portion of ADMA because they're providing the service.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Soucy. Senator Lang, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor of, the motion of ought to pass, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. House Bill 637 is ordered to the Committee on Finance. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 1066, an act relative to the graduation requirement of filing a free application for federal student aid. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4 to 1. Senator Lang for the committee.
Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1066 ought to pass. House Bill 1066 is legislation which ought to be familiar with this body. At the request of school board officials, school district officials, and families alike, House Bill 1066 removes completion of the free application for federal student aid, or FAFSA, as a requirement for high school graduation. In addition to removing this non-academic requirement for an academic credential, the State Education Committee found it inexpedient to pass House Bill 1066 as there were concerns regarding the efficacy of waivers for the requirement, in addition to concerns regarding the implications the requirement had for principals and administrators and students respectively in the event that a FAFSA or a waiver wasn't completed in time for graduation. Please join the House Senate Education Committee in finding House Bill 1066 ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Lang. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the question is on the motion of ought to pass. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. The ayes have it. House Bill 1066 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred, House Bill 1160, an act relative to school assessments of statewide academic areas. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3-1. Senator Gendrew for the committee.
Senator Gendrew.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1160 ought to pass. House Bill 1160 is simple legislation bringing local assessments of critical areas of study into alignment with the state academic standards for those critical areas of study. The bill also includes government as one of the required critical areas of study, joining history, geography, civics, economics, reading, mathematics, and science. For the efficacy of our local assessments, I respectfully ask that you join members of the Senate Education Committee in finding House Bill 1160 ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gendrew. The bill is on second reading, and is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 1160. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. House Bill 1160 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred, House Bill 1579, an act relative to the merging of school administrative units. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3-1. Senator Gendrew for the committee.
Senator Gendrew.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1579 FN ought to pass with amendment. As amended, House Bill 1579 FN provides school administrative units with an additional $200 per pupil if they complete an approved merger prior to July 1, 2030. The purpose of House Bill 1579 FN is to provide temporary incentive for smaller SAUs to merge, subsequently reducing costs for the local municipality. The Senate Education Committee contemplated an extension of the deadline from 2026 to 2030, given that mergers would need to be underway for the initial deadline to be met. I respectfully ask that you join members of the Senate Education Committee in finding House Bill 1579 FN ought to pass with amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gendrew. The bill is on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, are you ready for the question on the committee amendment? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1579. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted. House Bill 1579 is ordered to third reading. I'm sorry. I turned the page too fast. House Bill 1579 is ordered to the Committee on Finance. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred, House Bill 1695, an act relative to the release of student personally identifiable information. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3-1. Senator Lang for the committee.
Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1695 ought to pass with amendment. As amended, House Bill 1695 would notify parents or students' guardians in the event student personally identifiable data is being released to a third party with 2 weeks advance notice. House Bill 1695 provides that parents shall be notified what information is being released and to whom, alongside with the educational purpose for that release of information. The committee amendment moves it. The original bill was after the data was already released. The committee amendment moves it to before the data is released. House Bill 1695 notably does not apply to instances in which the student information is being shared between the Department of Education, school districts, or charter schools. I respectfully ask you to please join members of the Senate Education Committee in finding House Bill 1695 ought to pass with amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Lang. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none? Seeing no discussion? Senator Altshuler. Yeah, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1695, as the senator from District 2 noted, will require written consent from parents each time student personally identifiable information is transferred from school districts to third parties. This is already done, though. Student personally identified information is already heavily regulated through federal law, which is the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, FERPA. It is already mentioned in RSA 18965-68 in the Department of Education's minimum standards for privacy and security of student and employee data. Maintaining student privacy is of the utmost importance, and we know this because we have already taken action to do so. Student usage of personally identifiable information already requires parental consent. I heard from a number of school boards in my district who are very, very concerned about this bill being more paperwork for them to do because they already get consent from parents to do these things. And now they're going to have to do more busy work and update that every 2 weeks, every time an occupational therapist perhaps has to go on long-term disability or has to take 2 weeks off to take care of a sick child, and they have a substitute occupational therapist come in, and now we got to give 2 weeks notice so that that therapist can work with a child with their docket in front of them. So they won't have a physical therapist, a speech therapist, an occupational therapist will not, if they are substituting, have access to the information needed to provide services to students who are required to get these services through IDEA. This is a wildly unnecessary burden on school district personnel. And another fun fact, another unfunded mandate with zero resources to provide paying for these extra work hours to meet this requirement. Students with contracted services already, right now, today, in schools all across the state, cannot receive services without parental consent. Anyone receiving services already has parental consent. So this bill requires written notification anytime a service is provided, even if the parents initially signed off on it. So we're going to chase them down for more and more signatures. This bill will prohibit school district special education directors from sharing student information with the private contractors who provide speech and language therapy, occupational therapy, physical therapy, and we know that many of our schools contract this out and share this contract with other schools because it is very expensive to have an OT, a PT, and a speech therapist on your school's staff. So this actually almost, and we're not sure yet because the lawsuit will be waiting for us, will be a violation of the Federal Individuals with Disabilities Act, the IDEA requirements. And we know that the schools rely on these contracted vendors for a variety of services, and overburdening the schools with more paperwork is an unnecessary burden on them. And we're asking them to do it with no pay. So I urge you to vote against this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Altshuler. Are we on the committee amendment? So the bill is on second reading. First order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any further discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none. The question's on adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1695. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted. House Bill 1695 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, to which was referred, House Bill 1386 FN, an act relative to prohibiting the disposal of lithium-ion batteries in solid waste landfill facilities, composting facilities, or incinerators. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4-0. Senator Avard for the committee.
Senator Avard.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move HB 1386 ought to pass with amendment. This bill prohibits the disposal of wet cell and lithium batteries and electronic devices in any solid waste landfill facility or incinerator in New Hampshire. Testimony from the hearing highlighted that severe fire hazards associated with lithium-ion batteries need to be updated in definition of electronic waste. The Department of Environmental Services expressed support for the intent of this bill, emphasizing its alignment with the solid waste management goals and its importance of public education on safety and battery disposal methods. This bill, as amended, enhances the accountability and educational efforts to ensure effective implementation of the prohibition and makes technical changes to clarify the language. The Energy and Natural Resources Committee asks for your support on HB 1386, ought to pass with amendment. And I just want to just give a shout out to the Representative Ebel, who really fought hard for this, and she did a really good job with this. So just kudos for her. And thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Avard. The bill is on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion of the committee amendment? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? The question is on adoption of the committee amendment. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1386. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted. House Bill 1386 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, to which was referred, House Bill 1431, an act relative to utility requirements for integrated distribution planning. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4-0. Senator Waters for the committee.
Senator Waters.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1431 ought to pass with amendment. This bill requires public utilities to file an integrated distribution plan with the Public Utilities Commission. Testimony from various stakeholders highlighted the bill's role in establishing a transparent regulatory process for utilities to present long-term plans, emphasizing the importance of aligning plans with the state's energy policy. Stakeholders expressed support for the bill's approach, emphasizing its simplicity, transparency, and alignment with best utility practices. The bill is amended, addresses concerns raised during the hearing to ensure a balanced and effective regulatory framework for utility planning. The Energy and Natural Resources Committee asks for your support to move HB 1431 ought to pass with amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Waters. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1431. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted. House Bill 1431 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, to which was referred, House Bill 1565 FN, an act relative to the definition of potentially hazard food. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4-0. Senator Altshuler for the committee.
Senator Altshuler.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1565 ought to pass. This bill aims to modernize New Hampshire's cottage food laws by removing processed acidified food from the definition of potentially hazardous food. Testimony presented during the hearing emphasized the bill's positive impact on local food production, entrepreneurship, and community-based business models. In conclusions, House Bill 1565 represents a step forward in enhancing food security, promoting entrepreneurship, and empowering local farmers and homesteaders. The Energy and Natural Resources Committee asks for your support to move House Bill 1565 ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Altshuler. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 1565. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. House Bill 1565 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, to which was referred, House Bill 1697 FN, an act relative to forest carbon credit programs. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4-0. Senator Pearl for the committee.
Senator Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1697 ought to pass with amendment. This bill addresses critical issues related to lost timber tax revenue resulting from forest lands enrolled in carbon credit offset programs. The proposed study by the Department of Revenue Administration will provide valuable insights into the impact of these programs on timber tax revenue and the broader implications for local communities. Additionally, establishing a public registry of forest lands enrolled in carbon programs through the Division of Forestry will enhance transparency and facilitate informed decision-making. The testimony presented during the hearing underscored the importance of this legislation in addressing concerns raised by stakeholders, including the potential decrease in timber tax revenue for towns and the need for transparency in carbon credit program enrollment. The bill as amended clarifies language regarding property owners' notification to municipalities and provides flexibility for landowners enrolled in the carbon credit program. The Energy and Natural Resources Committee asks for your support to move House Bill 1697 ought to pass with amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Pearl. The bill is now on second reading. Our first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. House Bill 1697 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, to which was referred, House Bill 1698, an act relative to the use of drones for aerial application of pesticides. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4-0. Senator Pearl for the committee.
Senator Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1698 ought to pass. This bill exempts the application of pesticides using drones from notification procedures. This bill represents a crucial step forward in modernizing our agricultural practices by promoting the use of drones for precision pesticide application. Testimony in favor of the bill highlighted significant environmental and economic benefits. Supporters emphasized the precision and efficiency of drone technology in pesticide application. By targeting specific areas with reduced chemical uses, drones minimize environmental contamination and promote better crop health. In conclusion, House Bill 1698 represents a significant opportunity to embrace innovation in agriculture while safeguarding our environment and our public health. The Energy and Natural Resources Committee asks for your support to move House Bill 1698 ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Pearl. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion or floor amendment? Senator Altshuler.
Thank you, Mr. President. I bring to the floor Amendment 1731, which.
Recognized.
Thank you very much. So, colleagues, I want to highlight that we received so much. I have a thick file of written testimony that came in, and we had 235 people sign in against this bill, and only 9 sign in support. This bill we can fix this bill a little bit with this amendment, because this bill is about essentially redefining what it means to use the word aerial. So we heard in committee that Commissioner Jasper confirmed that the failure to comply with a 20-foot spraying height, and that is what this bill is about, is using drones at a height of 20 feet and exempting them from the aerial regulations if you were to spray pesticides from say a plane. I would submit to you that planes are aerial and drones are aerial. The other way that we use pesticides is spraying off of trucks. Those are 3 of the ways that it can be done. So the commissioner confirmed that failure to comply with the 20-foot spraying height indeed would be covered by the existing rules for aerial application, but he was also very quick to note that it would be relatively hard to enforce when drones are actually deployed. So how would you know if a drone is at 20 feet, 25 feet, 30 feet? So there is already inherently in this bill a gap in how we monitor this. The state has a voluntary, we heard from dozens and dozens and dozens of apiaries, and the beekeepers in this state testified that they have put themselves into the voluntary beekeeping registry. That exists here in New Hampshire, and it supplies the Department of Agriculture with all the information necessary to provide notification to neighbors when there's going to be pesticide spraying from the air. During the hearing, we discovered and uncovered during the hearing that the Department of Agriculture has been taking in this information but has not organized it yet. The Department of Agriculture's lack of action on information that they have been collecting from people voluntarily is not a justification for them not using the information. In fact, it just highlights for us an area that needs attention. There were arguments made that drone spraying is more precise than spraying from trucks, and that no notification is needed for spraying from trucks. Well, we heard testimony about how truck spraying just goes everywhere and is wildly imprecise, and we don't have to notify anyone for that. Those two things can both be true, and they make an excellent case for why changing how hazardous chemicals are used is inappropriate at this time. Again, a drone is aerial. We heard from Janice and Joe Mercieri from the White Mountain Apiary and Bee Farm in Whitefield, New Hampshire. They are the second largest honeybee apiary in New Hampshire, and they manage 150 hives. Their hive production is in 27 retail markets across the state, and they supply products to 20 small businesses who use their honey in their products. Losing hives to pesticide exposure involves much more than losing colonies of bees. It represents a tremendous fiscal impact on those businesses. In terms of dollars lost, a beekeeper spends an average of $800 to $1,000 on a single beehive. These costs include the hive boxes, frames, foundation, hive covers, husbandry costs, and the bees themselves. This proposed exemption in the bill would effectively delete 6 pages of current regulations found in the pesticide administrative rules. The exemptions eliminate the aerial special permit requirement. It eliminates current public notice for spraying chemicals from the air and the written notification requirements. It eliminates the public's right to submit comments during the 15-day period afforded by the current rules. This exemption also would nullify any notification to a town select board as well, to keep any beekeeper who has registered their hives with the state informed. It's interesting to note that right now, our state Fish and Game Department has a program to help offset the costs that beekeepers incur when they lose their hive from damage to bears. If their hives are damaged by someone spraying pesticides, are we prepared to ask the Department of Agriculture to reimburse beekeepers because their bees were poisoned during spraying applications that they could have been notified for? This amendment does nothing to the opportunities that farmers have to use drones. And if drones are really that much more precise, excellent, do it. It seems like a really good evolution in technology. All this amendment does is ask that before you do that, you notify the people around you so that they know you're about to do it. The beekeepers have asked, just give us a little bit of notice so we can cover our hives. Let us know the window that you're going to be spraying pesticides so that we are aware and that we can take action. That's all this is. I ask you to keep the apiaries in mind, and we can move forward with pesticide application and protect the bees at the same time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Altshuler. Senator Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I rise to oppose the amendment that you've been presented, and I want to provide some clarification to the details that were just provided to you. The most important thing you need to know about this is the use of drone technology does not provide any additional threat to the bee community from the current practices that we're already employing in the agricultural sector. This amendment would be unworkable for the farming community. It requires a 14-day notification, and in many cases we have situations where you may have a fungal outbreak, you may have weather situations that arise where you need to be able to act quickly and do so in a manner that you're applying these pesticides in a small area, especially in a fungal outbreak. If you can get there on the day you need to be, you may take a situation where you have a fungal outbreak the size of this room today. 2 days from now, it may be 20 acres. Some of these spores are spread by the wind very quickly. So the ability to move quickly and precisely is extremely important to our agricultural community. You know, drone technology is very precise. It's kind of just coming onto the agricultural market. It's been in the Midwest for a bit, and they've been testing it. You know, one of the points that was raised by my colleague from District 24 was that we'd have no way of enforcing this. Well, these drone applicators will know exactly what height they are flying. The drone technology tells them. They'll very easily be able to comply with this law. It is not a concern. Just really quickly wrapping up, this almost amounts to a regulatory taking if we require this, because it is difficult enough to work around all of the elements that we have to when we're doing ground application, spraying and any other types that we use. There are multiple types available. The real true difference between using a UAV, an unmanned aerial vehicle, and what this statute was originally written for is they were flying in at heights much higher than 20 feet, and they were covering very large areas. It was primarily meant when they were spraying forest applications for bugs and infestations of insects. This is very targeted, the way it will be used, and allowing this exemption will really benefit the agricultural community. So I will ask you to oppose this amendment and support the original bill as an ought to pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Pearl. Senator Altshuler.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just I want to point out, if you'll take a look at the amendment on line 10, that it's not 14 days. It's at least 14 days, but not more than 60. So if this were enacted today, anyone who took out the permit to apply pesticides, which you do have to go through training for this, they would have from today to July 1st to apply their pesticides. So it's not an insignificant window at all to be able to accommodate farmers, knowing that wind conditions, weather conditions, labor available are all factors that need to be taken into account. And so this amendment gives farmers the window that they can operate in and give them some flexibility, but also lets the neighbors know this is going to be happening. It's just a way for us to work, the apiaries and the farmers work together, and it's not saying we shouldn't do drones, just saying if you're going to spray from the air, let your neighbors know, particularly if they're, and the beekeepers are the ones that really, really want to know. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Altshuler. Senator Reverend.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to read a little bit from the hearing report. Commissioner Jasper basically voiced a strong support for this farming. It's pivotal in modernization of pesticides and techniques, and it could benefit the agriculture sector significantly. He also stated that the drone technology in modern farming practices, by enabling a more precise, controlled pesticide application, leads to less environmental contamination and better crop health. He also discussed the reduction in chemical usage. And he goes on, Commissioner highlighted the environmental conservation aspects of the drone usage, explaining how it minimizes ground level field and reduces soil compaction. I believe my colleague from District 4 also asked about the rules and enforcement. And apparently there's a $1,000 fine if you don't comply with the 20-foot level. We love bees. We love farmers. This bill basically helps our environment, and I believe, based on the testimony that came in, it protects the bees, and it gives the farmers better tools to take care of their crops, and shows less damage to the bees. Right now, a farmer doesn't have to tell anybody if they're spraying. If I'm wrong, let me know. But this right here is more of a direct application, and I think we should take advantage of this. And I think there's some misinformation out there, and like we're attacking bees. We want to protect them. This technology protects them. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Reverend. Senator Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a quick follow-up. most of this drone technology is somewhat expensive right now, and this isn't really going to be an individual farmer owning this technology. And with due respect to my colleague from District 24, this technology is going to be used primarily by commercial applicators. I, as a farmer, am not going to know that I'm going to have an outbreak, and I'm not going to be able to file for an application for something I don't know I'm going to have, and I'm not going to be the one doing it. A commercial applicator is going to. So it's going to be a challenge and very cumbersome in order to do this notification. As my colleague from District 12, yes, noted, we aren't required currently to file permits to do ground application. And this will, again, give no additional threat to the bee community. That's a key point you need to understand here. We're not going to change anything that's going to provide any more hazard to the bees community than we are currently doing in agriculture right now. We're very careful with our applications. We very much need the bees. They're our business partner for the things that we do and the crops that we grow. And so we're careful to protect them. You're not opening this up, becoming the Wild West of, pesticide application by allowing these drones to come in the way that we've done. We've really narrowed this down, and it's going to be more beneficial to keeping the target location of where we want these pesticides than practices we're currently working on. We want to make sure we're always looking to improve and do a better job, and this bill will help us do it. So please support the ought to pass and don't support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Pearl. Is there any further discussion on Floor Amendment 1731? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the floor amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. No. The noes have it. The floor amendment is defeated. The bill is still on second reading, open for further discussion or amendment. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of ought to pass on House Bill 1698. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and House Bill 1731 is ordered to third reading. We were on Floor Amendment 1731. I apologize. House Bill 1698 is ordered to third reading. It's a good thing that the clerk is sharp today. I have to admit, I enjoyed the Celtics game last night, and I think a lot of other people did too. So I'm a little slow today. Okey-doke. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee is on Energy and Natural Resources, to which was referred House Bill 1709, an act establishing the Forest Carbon Commission. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate. By a vote of 4-0, Senator Avard for the committee.
Senator Avard.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move HB 1709, inexpedient to legislate. This bill proposes the establishment of a commission to study the effects of forest carbon programs on local tax revenue. While the intent of this bill is commendable, testimony presented during the hearing raised concerns regarding the scope and the purpose of the proposed commission. Testimony highlighted the importance of the examination of both the positive and negative aspects of forest carbon markets, as well as the need for objectivity and inclusivity in generated reports. However, further refinement is necessary to ensure that the Commission effectiveness is addressing the complexities of the matter at hand. Therefore, the Energy and Natural Resources Committee asks for your support to move HB 1709 inexpedient to legislate. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Avard. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1709. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 1252, an act relative to establishing a committee to study the needs of Native Americans in New Hampshire. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3-2. Senator Gendro for the committee.
Senator Gendro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1252, inexpedient to legislate. This bill would establish a committee to review the needs of Native Americans in New Hampshire and to review the duties, activities, and composition of the New Hampshire Commission on Native American Affairs. After hearing testimony, the committee had concerns over this bill regarding the lack of inclusion among all Native tribes within the state. Testimony was heard that groups may seek to use the commission for personal benefit at the expense of others. The committee feels the state should not be picking winners and losers. The Executive Departments and Administration Committee asks your support for the motion of inexpedient to legislate. Could I speak to this as well?
You are recognized.
Okay, thank you. Most of you know I am Native American. I'm Abenaki, and one of the things that we go through within the tribe, and a lot of that I've heard over the years, is that one thing is we have to prove we are who we are. So I have never heard when people say to me, oh, you're Abenaki, what part of you is Abenaki? My left arm. So it's not, I'm either Abenaki or Abenaki. So folks within the tribes have felt excluded, neglected. There's been a whole series of things that we've been left out on. I have relatives that actually on their birth certificate have black because it was embarrassing to have Native American. It goes way back, and also way back, not even allowed to be buried in a regular cemetery. They're mound graves. So this goes way back. Their last known eugenic in Vermont was 1985. That was not that long ago. So the Native American population, I think we have been fighting and scrapping and trying to find our way through life, if you will, or through generations. And I used to be a part of the New Hampshire Commission on Native American Affairs. Loved it. I think we accomplished a lot. But right now there are 4 vacancies that need to be, the governor needs to appoint. So one of the complaints is because they don't have enough on the commission that they don't have a quorum. So they can't meet, they can't start doing things. Now Vermont has done a really good job. They've still got a lot of fighting, but the tribes over there are coming together. I used to be a part of a women's Abenaki singing group, and we used to go into the schools and talk to them in Abenaki, sing the songs of the Abenaki in this area, the tradition. And because of infighting, we couldn't do it anymore. So we've got to get back on track, and I feel like we can. I do want to say that I have a tremendous respect for a senator from District 4. He has worked very hard with the Native American population, and in fact, I believe he was part of being setting up the New Hampshire Native American Commission. So I'm very grateful for that. And people are trying to work hard on doing this. The other, and just overcoming obstacles. And I think state of Vermont is a good model. Governor Scott has done a good job, although the Odanak tribe right now in Canada is giving us fits right now and trying to prove that we're not really who we are. So saying all that, I think if we could somehow get the troops together, have a powwow, pun intended, have a powwow and see how we can come together. We've got to have a bonding and not a fracturing. And I think one way to do it is to renew the New Hampshire Commission on Native American Affairs, get the governor to appoint 4 of those vacancies, and let's see what we can do. I would love to see at some point New Hampshire recognize the tribes that are here in New Hampshire. Vermont has done that. It's not federal recognition, but it's state recognition. And they've also given their Native American community free fishing license and a free hunting license. which I would love for that to happen in the state of New Hampshire. Of course, the Fish and Game probably don't take away our income. But that's, you know, because this is very near and dear to me, I just wanted to share with you. And by the way, I do, those that are true Abenakis, whether it's the Elnu tribe, Mohegan tribe, Missisquoi, we're all issued official Native American cards. We are given numbers in the tribe. So it is official. One of the other things that we kind of battle is, and I've had people say it to me before, oh, funny, you don't look like an Indian. What do Indians look like? Should I have ridden in on my horse? Should I be wearing a headdress? So that's another misnomer or misconception that we're trying to overcome. But I do support this inexpedient to legislate House Bill 1252, so now we can dive in and do what we need to do to rebuild the commission, the Native American Commission that was already established here in New Hampshire. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gendro. Senator Waters.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do rise in opposition to the current motion, but you know, I mean, just say, you know, thanks and recognize the leadership of the senator from District 1 and also the senator from District 14. Senator from District 14 and I go back to when the commission was first enacted, and I think I'm the last person in the legislature who was a co-sponsor of that original bill. And I really agree with everything that we heard from the senator from District 1, but it seemed to me that all those were reasons to have, from now until November, a group of 4 or 5 legislators get together and talk about those issues and to hear from people about them. Because I do think, you know, we all recognize that there are some issues around how the commission is functioning. And in some ways, some of those issues arose from the compromises that had to be put forward a dozen years or so ago when we did the bill, that we realized that we were cobbling together participation of state agencies in some ways that made sense at that time may not make so much sense now. Some of the duties that we established back then, I think experience of the commissioner, so maybe those duties weren't the ones that should be there, and maybe there should be some other duties and some other issues that it looked at. So, you know, I thought that that's actually what our legislative function was. You know, we establish a commission legislatively, and then periodically maybe we have some legislators relook at how things are functioning if we need to make any changes. So the bill is really pretty simple. It says that this group of legislators is going to talk with members of Native communities. So no exclusion there. It would just, you know, talk with members of the communities. And then also talk with the state agencies. We've got the agencies that are originally envisioned being on it, and we're not getting the appointments, and there's some hesitancy about the agencies. You know, that we set it up this way, but is it really up to them to be making decisions for Native people? And that I think that's something that could be relooked at as well. Also, you know, with the commission duties, take another look. You know, some federal statute is changing. I was the Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Officer at University of New Hampshire for a number of years and worked there and you know, in other areas around the state to try to get human remains and grave goods and other sacred items returned to the tribes, and that is all governed by federal law, particularly because we do not have a state-recognized, federally recognized tribe in New Hampshire, so it complicated how that process of repatriation. But that law has changed, and just in the last year, if you can go on the Federal Register and see that, in other areas as well. So I thought the committee here might take a look at that, and then the question of various forms of state recognition. Yeah, I mean, I would think of legislators between now and November could talk a little bit about that too, and learn a little bit more about what Vermont and other states have done, because the commission can't do those things. I mean, they have no authority to enact such things. It always has to come back to the legislature. So it's a legislative study committee between now and November 1st. So I thought it made some sense for for us, a few legislators who are interested to get together and do this work. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Waters. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1252. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. The ayes have it. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 1456, an act relative to the appointment of the members of the Board of Tax and Land Appeals and Housing Appeals Board. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3-0. Senator Altshuler for the committee.
Senator Altshuler.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1456 ought to pass as amended. This bill requires that the members of the Board of Tax and Land Appeals and the Housing Appeals Board be appointed by the Governor and Council after a public hearing before the Executive Council. The committee heard testimony that there have been issues with the removal process of members of the Board of Tax and Land Appeals. Currently, the Supreme Court makes appointments to that board. The committee felt that appointments should mirror other boards. It should be the responsibility of the Governor and Council. The Executive Departments and Administration Committee asks for your support for the motion of ought to pass as amended.
Thank you, Senator Altshuler. The bill is on second reading. First order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. All opposed? No. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it this time, for certain. And the motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted. House Bill 1456 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1054A, an act relative to the Northern Border Alliance Program Fund. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 5-2. Senator Gray for the committee.
Senator Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1054 inexpedient to legislate. This bill sought to lapse the Northern Border Alliance Fund at the end of its continuous appropriation to the Department of Safety. The majority of the Senate Finance Committee recommends that House Bill 1054A be found inexpedient to legislate and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President, and I'd like to speak to my motion. House Bill 1054, there are two border crises. There is nearly 190,000 illegal immigrants encountered along the northern border in 2023. Encounters in Swansea sector of New Hampshire and Vermont and New York in 2023 increased 620% from the prior year. Terrorists seeking encounters along the northern border increased from almost 800% from 2021 to 2023. The last year, Customs and Border Protection seized nearly 240,000 doses of fentanyl on the northern border, enough to kill the entire populations of Manchester, Nashua, and Concord. Across the country, we've seen a repeat cycle of illegal immigrants crossing open borders, committing crimes in sanctuary cities, being released by the judicial system, and committing more crimes elsewhere. We must stop the cycle by stopping the illegal immigrants from crossing the U.S. border. Last year, the legislature appropriated $1.4 million to the Northern Border Alliance to assess interdiction of human trafficking and drug smuggling on the New Hampshire border with Canada. This will allow us to set up the necessary checkpoints to efficiently guard the New Hampshire northern border. This bill would lapse those one-time funds at the end of the biennium, defeating the Northern Border Alliance program. We can establish a permanent appropriation for this program in the next budget, but until then, it is important that we fund this effort. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gray. I think, Senator Perkins-Coker, you have some more very special guests.
I do, Mr. President. Please join me in welcoming the still assembling amazing fourth graders from Lee's Mastway School. Nice to have you guys.
Thank you, and enjoy yourselves here today. Okay, going back to House Bill 1054, the motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the questions on adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. No. Roll call requested, Senator Carson. Yes. No, Pearl. Senator Carson has requested a roll call on the motion of inexpedient to legislate. If you're in favor of inexpedient to legislate, you would say yes when called. If you're opposed to that, you would say no. Are you ready for the question? Senator, the clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendreau.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chanley.
No.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins-Coker.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
14-10.
The ayes have it 14-10. House Bill 1054 is inexpedient to legislate. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1528, an act relative to reporting by the Northern Border Alliance Program. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 5-2. Senator Innes for the committee.
Senator Innes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1528 inexpedient to legislate. This bill sought to require the semi-annual report issued by the Northern Border Alliance program to include additional reporting statistics. A majority of the Senate Finance Committee recommends that House Bill 1528 be found inexpedient to legislate and asks for your support. Mr. President, if I could speak briefly to the bill.
You're recognized.
Thank you. This bill is an attempt by open border advocates to really strangle the Northern Border Alliance in red tape. Last year we passed the program, but now there's an effort to bury it in paperwork, requiring significant reporting to the legislature. That reporting would include the number of persons arrested, cited, stopped, or warned. It would also include reporting of where the people are from. And lastly, the race of everyone encountered. The program already includes reporting. That was a part of its funding, and it requires reports on the effectiveness of the program. To this senator, it seems entirely inappropriate for the legislature to require such detailed data that we don't ask for from any other law enforcement agency in the state. The legislature has long resisted calls to collect and report law enforcement data by race. And it appears to me that this bill is just a pretext for folks who don't want any border enforcement to later claim that all border enforcement amounts to racial profiling. I won't repeat the statistics that the senator from District 6 just laid out on the previous bill, but those certainly apply in this case as well. This program, the Northern Border Alliance program, needs our support. It doesn't need increased bureaucracy from the very people who are opposed to its creation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Innes. The motion is an expedient to legislate. Senator Rosenwald.
Mr. President, I rise in opposition to the ITL motion. In 2023, we were all told that the northern border was facing a crisis of increased illegal crossings. We heard this increased activity necessitated appropriating $1.4 million of taxpayer funds for law enforcement to patrol our 58-mile border with Quebec. This significant expenditure was passed in the budget, even though at the time specific data on the crossings that were taking place in New Hampshire was unavailable. However, we were assured that the numbers were so great it constituted a crisis we had to address. Following litigation, New Hampshire-specific data was released in this past January. We then learned that over a 15-month period from October 2022 through the following December of 23, the Border Patrol only had 21 apprehensions and encounters in New Hampshire. 21 total encounters and apprehensions in 15 months. That number does not seem to indicate the existence of a crisis on New Hampshire's border. The Department of Safety also published a report this January, and it showed that during December of last year, patrols resulted in 79 encounters. But the nature of these encounters is unclear. According to the report, these 79 encounters included motor vehicle stops, pedestrian warnings, criminal investigation summons, and arrests. But of the 79 encounters, only 2 resulted in arrests. And there is no indication that any of the 79 encounters were immigration related. So what is happening on New Hampshire's border with Quebec? Do we need to be appropriating over $1 million for our state police to stop people from doing all the kinds of things they stop people for? Or is there actually an increase in illegal immigration and drug smuggling on our 58-mile border? We don't know, but the simplest way to find out would be to get specific reporting on what's occurring. So House Bill 1528 would provide us with the clarity we need to understand what's happening and allow us to make prudent, sound budgeting decisions in the next year. It would report the municipality and the county where the individual resides, and yes, the race of those encountered. This would provide the legislature and the public with the data we need to evaluate where and how people are being stopped. Further, the language would not add a burden to law enforcement because they are already required to collect this data. Since we owe it to our residents to act as responsible stewards of taxpayer dollars, let's figure out, what is the shape of this problem? And how do we best solve it? Let's get the data to help us figure it out. Let's overturn the inexpedient motion so a different motion may be brought forward. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. Senator Gray to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is not the first time that we've heard about the numbers that the ACLU was able to get from the Border Patrol, but we need to put those in context. There's numbers that showed 31 people. That was all kind of grouped into the spring, summertime, and didn't have a lot of people crossing the border or encounters during the wintertime. Well, maybe there's a reason for that. The scientific method, right, one thing you're supposed to do is you look at the data and you make hypotheses, okay? The ACLU has made one hypothesis, is that 31 people is not enough to do anything else about, even though there's fentanyl coming across the border, killing our people. I don't know how they got there, but they did. My hypothesis is that there may be a difference in how that border is manned during the wintertime, during the spring, during the summer, and during the fall. We talk about 58 miles. If we take the number of Border Patrol outfits in the Swanson sector, it's about 30, 31, 32 miles that each one is responsible for. Well, the one that covers New Hampshire, where is it? It's in Vermont. And how many, when I pointed that out at the hearing, well, it's only a mile into Vermont from New Hampshire. But that means there's 59 miles that has to be patrolled just on the one side of that. Certainly one of the hypotheses that I could have would be that the government is not providing the manning that we need on our northern border to protect us. How many people did cross that border? I don't know. And with the 59 miles on just one side of that Border Patrol unit, and oh, by the way, when they describe the one that's closest to us, they say, well, it is 2 upstairs rooms in the border crossing. Oh, and they also have a couple of rooms that allow for storage. We're not getting the help we need from the federal government. We're not getting what we need in data. We're not getting a lot of those things, and we need to keep what we've got. So if you're going to cite the 31 people, at least tell us what other things are possible that could describe that. That they moved people from the northern border to the southern border. That they have people that when they have a question, as we've been told by residents in that area, that there are people crossing the border all the time. Well, if it's 59 miles to get all the way through from New Hampshire all the way to, from Vermont, where the unit is, to all the way in New Hampshire, and the roads are very, very sparse up there, dirt roads in a lot of cases, you know, are they gone by the time they get here? You know, again, there's a lot of questions. I'm willing certainly to spend the $1.4 million in the last bill and to keep this other, have this one be inexpedient to legislate to find out, to try to keep our New Hampshire residents safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gray. Senator Gendro for a question. order to speak.
So, no, question, but I have a question for from the good senator from District 13 and one from the district.
You're recognized.
All right, thank you. So recently, the state of New Hampshire put out a report that, and it was the New Hampshire State Police were tracking people and stopping people that were going over 100 miles per hour. And I forget the exact number that they determined. How many people got away that were going 100 miles an hour that they never caught? Would you have any idea?
No, and I think that's why we should pass this bill, so that we do get the data. And as the senator from District 6 said, we don't know what's going on. So we've appropriated money. It's continually appropriated because we just ITL'd having it lapse. I think we all want to know what's going on our border and with our money. Thank you.
Follow-up? So would you agree that there are probably a lot more on the highways that are going over 100 miles per hour that haven't been caught?
Well, as the senator from District 6 said, there are a lot of non-highways up along the border, a lot of dirt roads. So I don't know, but I think it would be good to know what is going on.
Okay.
And that's what this bill does.
Another follow-up. It's on our, like I-93, Everett Turnpike, the state police have caught, and I forget the number, X amount of drivers going over 100 miles per hour, and they publish those results. Now, would you believe that there are probably tons more that have gone over 100 miles per hour that were never caught?
Well, last weekend, as I told you, I was up in your district. If I were driving 100 miles an hour through Franconia Notch, I'd be in big trouble. So I think I've seen people driving fast, but not that far up on 93, because the speed limit's 40 miles an hour, 45, up in the exits 34, A, B, and C area. You just can't drive that fast up there safely, or even not safely.
Thank you. Thank you. And then for the senator from District 7, if you'll take my question.
Of course.
As the senator representing New Hampshire's northern border, I've heard directly from constituents that illegal crossings are an increasing problem. Will this bill do anything to improve our ability to stop drug traffickers and human traffickers from walking across the border into New Hampshire?
Thank you for the question, Senator. One might expect that a bill dealing with the border would actually strengthen security a little bit. This one doesn't do anything of the sort. And as near as I can tell, all it does is put in new bureaucratic requirements and paperwork requirements for the folks who need to be enforcing our laws and keeping us safe. Thank you for the question.
Senator D'Alessandro to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't want to prolong the agony of the discussion, but let's lay it on the line. For Christ, what is wrong with gathering data? We're a data-driven society. We appropriated the money for a specific purpose. Why not collect the data that either justifies the appropriation or says we shouldn't appropriate in the future? This nonsense we're talking about, speeding, and so forth and so on. Hey, listen, we're down 73 troopers. That's why we don't catch the 100-mile-an-hour speeders, because we don't have any people on the road. We don't have anybody on the road. So we appropriate $1 million to protect the border. We are reticent to get the data, and we're a data-driven society. To me, that's an inconsistency. That's the definition, I guess, of idiocy. You project and expect the answer to be different. It ain't going to be different. If we do what we wanted to do, what we asked these people to do, we can look at the results and make decisions going forward. I mean, why did we appropriate the money if we did not want to know the results? Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. Senator Pearl, did you wish to speak?
Please. The senator from District 7.
Senator Ennis?
Yes, sir.
Good morning. Thanks for taking my question. 2 weeks ago, we heard the story about a New York man who pled guilty to smuggling illegal immigrants from Canada into Pittsburgh, New Hampshire. He was in the back of his Honda CR-V back in January. Do you think we have a problem on our northern border?
I'm certain we have a problem on our northern border, and I'm sure it's going to continue to expand. And I do have to reiterate some of the statistics that the senator from District 6 shared in response to some of the testimony. Let me repeat. 190,000 illegal immigrant encounters along the northern border in 2023. Encounters in the Swanton sector of New Hampshire, Vermont, and New York in 2023 saw a 620% increase from the prior year. Terrorist screening encounters, terrorists along the northern border increased 800% in just 2 years. And 240,000 doses of deadly fentanyl killing people in our major cities have come across that border as well. I hope that answers your question.
It does. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Carson?
Thank you, Mr. President. I think it's been an interesting conversation. As someone who travels Route 93 just about every day from Londonderry to Concord, I know what the good senator from District 1 is talking about. There are people that go on the highway in excess of 100 miles an hour. We're starting to see some pretty critical accidents are happening. And our good friend from District 20 is right. We don't have enough police officers to patrol Route 93. But the question is, how do you count people that you don't find? How can you accurately count them unless you actually grab them? You catch them. We don't know, and that's why we allocated that money. We've got to have some sort, we need to build up this program so we can get accurate numbers. So I would ask everybody to please support the committee recommendation. I know that this can be a contentious issue. If I remember correctly, that when we allocated this money for this purpose, that initiative did not get unanimous support in this body. So I think it's important that we realize that we are catching bad characters upon the northern border. My good friend from District, let me look here, 17 brought up the fact that a human trafficker was caught here in New Hampshire and has recently been convicted. Those are the folks that we need to catch, because what they are bringing into our state is so heinous that we can't stand to allow that to happen. But this is about the collection of data. And again, Mr. President, we don't have enough resources for that northern border. We're trying our best to get them what they need, but how do you count people that you can't catch? You don't have them lining up at the border. It's so big and it's all wooded. How do you find them? And we don't have the resources to find them. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you.
We're all saying the same thing, which is that we don't have enough resources to patrol the border, and we don't know what's going on. This is not a bill about money. This doesn't add or subtract or lapse any money. This is only a bill that gives us data that could justify re-upping this program in the next budget, increasing it, or decreasing it. So honestly, I don't understand why we're afraid of information. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. Senator Prentice for a question.
Thank you. My question is for the senator from District 13. Thank you. So I just want to clarify. I'm looking at the bill, and I heard your testimony before. So is it that the New Hampshire State Police would be the authority who would be stopping either these vehicles or these persons with the funding that's been, that's been allocated or appropriated for them? Is this purely about the New Hampshire State Police?
Thank you
to
for the
start?
question. So in House Bill 2, we appropriated $1.4 million to the Department of Safety for this purpose. A month or two ago in the Fiscal Committee, we transferred, don't hold me to this number, but I think it was around $150,000 to Fish and Game for the Marine Patrol to also patrol this the border. So not all of the money was going to be for state troopers, but the appropriation was made to safety.
Follow up? So thank you. So I agree that this isn't about funding, this is about data. I just wanted to be clear on what agencies. So is it your position that the 3 different agencies you named, 2 of which are managed by the Department of Safety, already collect this data or have data collection that we could tap into to pull out these additional elements?
My understanding is that safety does. I'm not actually sure about Fish and Game.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Senator Birdsall for question or to speak?
Question.
Question.
Of the good senator from District 13.
Senator Rosenwald, do you yield?
Yes. Thank you, Senator.
I heard 3.
I'm sorry?
I heard District 3.
Oh, 13. Later today, you're going to ask us to stop collecting racial data on marriage forms on 12/20. Why should we start collecting racial data on immigration encounters?
Thank you. That data is already collected.
Thank you.
Senator Carson to speak or for
Yes,
question?
just briefly. Thank you, Mr. President. I think we have a situation here, it's kind of like the chicken before the egg. Which one should come first? I think what we need to do is we need to allocate the funding so we can find out the data. So I'm hoping in this body, as this issue moves forward, when it comes time to allocate money for the northern border, that we can come together, allocate the money, and then talk about the collection of data, because we just don't know. What are we going to do? Collect data just on the few that we're actually able to collect? We're not going to get accurate data. We need to get accurate numbers. So let's hope that as this issue moves forward, we can all agree on allocating money and we can collect some data at that point. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Seeing no further discussion, a roll call has been requested, seconded by Senator Rosenwald. If you're in favor of the motion of inexpedient to legislate, you would say yes when called. If you're opposed to that motion, you would say no when the clerk calls the roll. Clerk should call the roll.
Senator Yes. Oh.
Senator Perkins Quokka, a parliamentary.
Yes, Mr. President. If you believe that the money has already been allocated to this program and that we as legislators should be collecting data to make sure that our taxpayer money is going to where we think it should be going, would you vote no on the inexpedient to legislate motion?
Thank you, Senator Perkins Quokka. Senator Lang for a parliamentary.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I know that under the current law, reporting is already required by the law we passed that specifically says, which shall include measurable program results and a detailed accounting of program funding and its uses, would I now vote no to this bill?
If you're in favor of the motion of inexpedient to legislate, you would vote yes. If you're opposed to that, you would vote no. The clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendrew? Yes. Senator Lang?
Yes.
Senator Waters?
No.
Senator Prentice?
No.
Senator Gray?
Yes.
Senator Innes?
Yes.
Senator Ward?
Yes.
Senator Bishardi?
Yes.
Senator Fenton?
No.
Senator Chanley?
No.
Senator Avard?
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald?
No.
Senator Carson?
Yes.
Senator Whitley?
No.
Senator Murphy?
Yes.
Senator Pearl?
Yes.
Senator Susie?
No.
Senator Birdsall?
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro?
No.
Senator Perkins Cuoca?
No.
Senator Abbas?
Yes.
Senator Gannon?
Yes.
Senator Altschiller?
No.
Senator Bradley?
Yes. The ayes have it 14 to 10. House Bill 1528 is ruled inexpedient to legislate.
Senator Carson?
Senator Carson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to request a 2-minute recess.
Why don't we be in recess until 12 o'clock on the dot? The Senate will resume without objection. House Bill 147, which is a bill in education that was taken, off the consent calendar, is special ordered to May 16th without objection. Thank you. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred, House Bill 470 FN, an act relative to fentanyl test strips and other drug checking equipment. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3-2. Senator Gannon for the committee.
Senator Gannon.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I move House Bill 470 FN, inexpedient to legislate. This bill would have amended the definition of drug paraphernalia to exclude drug checking equipment and authorize the use of drug checking equipment. Last year, the legislature removed the use of fentanyl and xylazine strips from the definition of drug paraphernalia. While harm reduction strategies are very important, this bill could have the unintended and potentially deadly consequences. Under this bill, a person could possess up to 10 milligrams of a drug, but the committee heard that only 2 milligrams of fentanyl can be lethal. Law enforcement raised various concerns at the public hearing, including the broad definition of drug paraphernalia and the ability of drug distributors to use test strips to determine the potency of their drugs. For these reasons, a majority of the Judiciary Committee asked for your support on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 470 FN. Thank you, Mr. President. I would like 90 seconds to speak on the motion, if I may.
How about 9? You're recognized.
My 9's your 90. Thank you, Mr. President. There's no safe drug experience. This bill allows possession of 10 milligrams of any drug. For all practical purposes, this bill will result in legalizing all drugs in small quantities. We had testimony that 2 milligrams, again, of fentanyl is deadly. Carfentanil is 100 times stronger. 10 milligrams of carfentanil could kill every member of this Senate chamber, everybody sitting up the gallery, and all 400 members of the House. Drug users want bigger highs. They're not going to throw out tainted drugs. Drug addicts are still going to use their tainted drugs. These people are seeking an ever and ever constantly raising high. That's what we heard testimony on. Law enforcement testified users don't use test strips. They never find them on them. Law enforcement testified again that this bill would cause more deaths and more contaminated drugs. They're not going to get flushed down the toilet. They're going to be used, or they're going to sell them to support their habit. In summary, Mr. President, an unintended consequence of this bill is a false sense of security for a drug user, that they can handle drugs. This is deadly wrong. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gannon. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any discussion? Yes, there is. Senator Whitley.
President, I rise in opposition to the inexpedient to legislate motion. I am truly grateful to this legislature for taking a very important step last session to exclude, by allowing fentanyl and xylazine test strips. But the reality is, and what we heard in testimony, is that we never know what drug is going to be the latest that is in the drug stream. We heard testimony that, it could be, a newer drug that we don't even know about. And so this bill, expanding our harm reduction techniques by allowing these testing strips for all types of drugs, is incredibly important for the number one reason that we are told by all the public health experts that it will save lives. Like, this is something that is so clear and basic, that these testing strips will save lives. We had a high of overdose deaths in New Hampshire many years ago, and since then, New Hampshire has taken a number of harm reduction steps, adding naloxone, adding these testing strips. We are saving lives, and this bill will take a very small step to save even more lives. We have to continue to build on the success of these overdose prevention mechanisms. We need to remain flexible in our ability to respond to public health measures, like the ones contained in this bill. I think it really is time to expand this data-supported harm reduction techniques. And that's the thing. We have the data. We have the studies telling us that this is proven to save lives. Multiple studies have shown that access to drug checking equipment reduces overdose risk behavior and saves lives. We know that. The evidence is there. And then on the contrary, there is absolutely no evidence that drug testing equipment encourages drug use. It's just not true. This type of harm reduction is supported by all national groups, the CDC, SAMHSA, the American Medical Association, and they support it because it's backed by evidence. And again, because it saves lives. 23 other states have taken the steps in this bill. It's time. It's time to expand our efforts to save lives in an evidence-based way. So I urge my colleagues to vote against the inexpedient to legislate motion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. Senator Carson to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill makes significant changes to New Hampshire's Controlled Drug Act, including expanding the legality of various drug equipment. We will hear today, and we have from our colleagues who support this bill, that it will save lives, but in fact, it really does the opposite. So-called harm reduction bills send the wrong message to Granite Staters. We are facing a drug crisis in our country. Hundreds of people are dying in our state, not only from fentanyl, but from other deadly illicit drugs as well. During a drug crisis, we cannot encourage even more illicit drug use by our residents by helping them check their drugs. We need to continue to invest in substance abuse and mental health services to help these individuals turn their lives around, not to give them equipment to check the purity of their illegal substances. Now think about that for a second. Someone is ingesting an illegal substance, and we're going to do this on a very, very broad scale so they can check that illegal substance for another illegal substance. What kind of an impact is that going to have, Mr. President? Is that person going to decide, hey, this has XYZ in it. Oh, that sounds interesting. I'm going to take it. We passed last year, Mr. President, let's see, I think it was a House bill that allowed to exempt from law these fentanyl strips and the drug xylocaine. These are the two drugs that were presented to us as being critical because just about everything else was being laced with these types of drugs in an effort to get people addicted to these types of drugs. We said, okay. But now we have this bill that is overly broad. And in fact, law enforcement testified against it. A detective from the Manchester Police Department expressed serious concerns over the addition of drug checking equipment to the definition of drug paraphernalia. We oftentimes think, well, it's just somebody who might have it for themselves. But what if it's somebody who's selling all these things? Somebody who just doesn't have something for personal use. Someone who's investing in buying this equipment knowing that, hey, they can't arrest me for having this type of equipment. This police officer believed the definition was so broad, it would provide an affirmative defense not only for the users, but for dealers as well. And I think we need to stop and think about that. We try very hard to go after the people who are peddling these drugs to our citizens. But we're also going to, in this legislation, provide them with a get-out-of-jail-free card so they can go off and continue to do the same thing. This legislation should send alarm bells ringing to all of us. We cannot ever pass legislation that would cover prosecution for drug dealers, but especially not during a crisis that is killing so many of our residents. We also heard testimony that these test strips will not prevent people from using illegal drugs because people generally want the most potent substance for the least amount of money. Mr. President, I've heard this called chasing the dragon. And I heard this from a former colleague in this body, and that's what doctors called it, chasing the dragon. People want to get the most high for their money, and they want to come very, very close to death. And that's one reason why we passed Narcan, to help these folks. The detective did not believe the bill would prevent deaths, as the opponents are asking us to believe. At this point, Mr. President, I'll conclude my floor speech. I just think we need to be extremely careful here when we pass these types of bills, because if we're going to do it for this, why not for other drugs? I went on a ride-along with my local police, and they stopped the car. They had marijuana paraphernalia in the car, which is illegal. The police just confiscated it, didn't write a ticket or arrest anybody or anything. And what I thought was really interesting is, as the police officer was walking away from the car, the young lady who was a passenger in the car leaned out the window, and she used offensive language, and I'm not going to use it here, but she basically wanted her stuff back. And the police officer said, "No, I'm not giving it back to you. It's illegal. You shouldn't have it." And I'll just say, as they drove out of sight, her hand was hanging out the window, and she was giving him, I don't know, we used to call it the fickle finger of fate, as they drove away. So why would we encourage this? Why? Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any further discussion? Senator Abbas.
Mr. President, I rise in support of the committee's recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. After reviewing the bill in detail, there's so many loopholes in this bill that I'm actually afraid to even discuss many of them in an open session. So just proceed with caution. I'll give you one example, though. For drug supplies on page 4, it actually includes snorting straws, and then they would then be legal to possess. A snorting straw has nothing to do with testing the purity of a controlled substance. All right, this goes beyond what it's being represented it does, and for that reason alone, we really got to proceed with caution. Also, the definition of a nominal amount, I do have some concerns with that. I'm not clear when you talk about a synthetic drug that it's really specific enough to not include the mixing agent. That's another concern you really want to keep track of. But please join me and support the committee's recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. Senator Chandler for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Member from District 15. Thank you for taking my question. We heard from a number of folks who are committed to harm reduction that this bill was important because the landscape is changing so quickly that every time we specify a specific drug, it becomes that drug may not be the one most commonly used. Do you recall testimony from DHHS or any of the other advocates? And I understand DHHS was neutral on the bill, but I believe there were comments regarding the necessity and efficacy of this legislation.
Yeah, thank you for the question and for that point. We did hear from Jenny O'Higgins, who's the senior policy analyst for behavioral health at DHHS. She stated very clearly in the hearing that, no policy across the service continuum should be substance specific. No, it shouldn't be substance specific because the landscape is changing so quickly and they need to be able to respond immediately. That's just basic public health.
And if I might follow up, so would you agree with me then that this legislation simply builds on the good work we have done in the past, this entire body?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Chandler and Senator Whitley. The question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of an expedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of inexpedient, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. The ayes have it. House Bill 470 is inexpedient to legislate. So I am going to recommend that we pause here. The intern lunch will start at 12:30 in room 100. We will reconvene at 1:30. The Senate will be in recess. The Senate will come to order, and we will resume our deliberations. First, I'm going to recognize Senator Pearl to introduce some very special guests.
Thank you, everyone. Colleagues, please join me in welcoming Bonnie Sitomer, Donna Packer, and Gordon Packer, Jennifer McCulloch, and Erica Duncan. They're all here for House Bill 1003, which we're going to hear next, and also Pam Keilig, Alyssa Dandria, and Sarah Seeley from the New Hampshire Coalition Against Domestic and Sexual Violence. They are all here to watch us do House Bill 1003, and just want you to all welcome them and say hello. Thank you.
Thank you, folks, for coming all this way. We really appreciate you all being here. Okay, the Senate will please be attentive to the clerk. We're going to take up the special order bill, House Bill 103.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred, House Bill 1003 FN, an act relative to name changes for inmates, parolees, and convicted violent felons. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Pearl for the committee.
Senator Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1003 FN ought to pass. This bill increases the individuals who are subject to notice requirements and the showing of a compelling reason before he or she will be permitted to change his or her name to include those convicted of certain violent felonies or crimes against children. The bill also requires that notice be provided to the initial prosecuting jurisdiction of both the petition and the probate court's order. The bill further provides a process for providing to and receiving input from victims or their representatives. The committee was surprised to hear that a felon could change their name and that there is a surprising lack of connection between a felon's old and new names. The committee heard testimony that felons are using this loophole to essentially start fresh at the expense of the kin of their victims. This bill would fix loopholes and provide greater protection to victims. The Executive Departments and Administration Committee ask your support for the motion of ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
If I may continue. If I may continue,
please.
To be recognized. Thank you. So, colleagues, I'm happy today to bring this bill forward from the Executive Department Administration Committee. House Bill 1003 closes a dangerous loophole that is existing in New Hampshire law that provides insufficient notice to the public and relevant parties when a dangerous convicted criminal tries to obtain a legal name change. The existing law also allows those who have committed violent crimes, felonies, or crimes against children to change their name without having to show a compelling reason for doing so and without proper notice given to anyone, possibly putting their victims in harm's way without warning. Some of these folks here today are victims of this name change, and that's why they came here. Two of them drove all the way from Albany, New York, just to be here today and join us. During the hearing examples we were given of criminals committing heinous crimes, legally changing their names to hide their prior convictions from the public and avoid paying restitution, and in some cases going on to commit more violent crimes with these new names. Others testified at the hearing that it took many months for victims to be notified that the offender who harmed them was released from prison before the offender had legally changed their name while incarcerated. We cannot allow violent criminals to avoid accountability by legally changing their name without oversight. We cannot allow violent felons and those who hurt children to legally change their name without demonstrating a compelling interest and without proper notice being given to the jurisdiction where they live and their victims. This bill also provides victims and their representatives the opportunity to not only be notified, but to have standing to appear in court to share their concerns about the possible name change. This bill keeps our residents safe by closing this dangerous loophole in our law and ensures notice and advocacy for victims. Bills such as this one are critical changes to our law to keep New Hampshire the safest state in the nation. I therefore want to urge all of my colleagues to vote ought to pass on House Bill 1003. And I really want to thank all of you that came here today. I know it's difficult and an emotional time for you, and I appreciate you stepping up and advocating for this bill and taking the time to come join us today in the Senate. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Pearl. The bill is on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none. All in favor of the committee amendment, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. Senator Ricciardi to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Under current New Hampshire law, you can murder someone or violently harm a child and change your name to conceal your identity and hide your past without anyone knowing. Imagine losing your mom to a murderer and then waking up one day and finding out that her murderer had changed his name while still in prison. This is the reality today. But if you join me in supporting this bill, violent felons will have to make a compelling case showing that the name change is necessary, and all interested parties will be made aware of the hearing ahead of time and have the right to have their voices heard. Please support House Bill 1003 to make New Hampshire a little bit safer and offer accountability and peace of mind to the victims and their families. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Ricciardi. Is there any further discussion?
Roll call, Mr. President. Second.
Okay, we're going to have to wait for Senator Lang. Maybe we could text him. Why don't we be in recess for...
He's on his way back, but...
We'll be in recess for 1 minute. It's requested by Senator Altschiller. Is that correct, Senator Altschiller? Senator Altschiller, I think you requested the roll call. Is that correct? Yeah. Thank you. And who seconded it? Senator Birdsall. Okay. We're all set. Okay. Are you ready for the question? The clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendreau.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
Yes.
Senator Chanley.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
Yes.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
Yes.
Senator Birdsall.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes. The ayes have it 24-0. House Bill 1003 is ordered to third reading. Senator Pearl.
I move that House Bill 1003, having been ordered to third reading, be by this resolution read a third time, its title be the same as adopted, and be ordered by the Senate to be passed at the present time in the early session.
Is everybody ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. So for our guests, what that means now is ordered to third reading is the absolute final vote here. It can go to our friends on the other side of the wall, and possibly they will concur today, but maybe not. They have a long day. But at any rate, we're sending it back to our friends in the House. So again, thank you for being here and for advocating. Okay. So resuming the Judiciary Committee, the Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred, House Bill 1186 FN, an act relative to firearm purchasers' privacy. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3-2. Senator Abbas for the committee.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that House Bill 1186 FN ought to pass with amendment. This bill will prohibit the assigning of a specific merchant code to the sale of firearms, ammunition, and firearm accessories. Furthermore, it would provide an enforcement mechanism for this prohibition. The committee amendment would add, quote, payment card acquirer, end quote, to the definitions to clarify that banks do not issue these codes. Since 2023, similar legislation has been filed in at least 7 states. Through these changes, this bill would protect the privacy of individuals making firearm purchases. In addition, this allows the Attorney General's office to file an injunction on behalf of consumers. If a merchant code is used, the entity using the code can remedy themselves within 30 days without additional penalties. If they fail to remedy themselves, the Attorney General's office can levy a fine against them. For these reasons, a majority of the Judiciary Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 1186-FN. Thank you, Mr. President. And if I may speak further, what occurred when the International Standardization Organization attempted to add, they added firearm purchases as a code. And what that did, that was the result of pressure from several media outlets were actually suggesting they do this as a form of firearm regulations, as opposed to going through the legislative process, and that they can use the financial institutions as a way to create restrictions on firearms. And it's the start of that would be by creating these merchant codes, which would document whenever a credit card or a debit card was used to acquire the firearm. This results in essentially a quasi-registry. And it wouldn't apply if you made a cash purchase, which the discriminatory effect of that is that people who are higher income levels would simply just purchase firearms in cash to get around this quasi-registry issue here. So the disproportionate impact would really affect the lower income classes, and that has a potentially impact certain communities in more negative ways. So please join me in support the committee's recommendation of ought to pass with amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. The question is on adoption of the committee amendment. Is there any further discussion on the committee amendment? Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further amendment? Seeing none, Senator Chandler. You're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the ought to pass motion on the bill. While interest in this bill arose among folks who follow Second Amendment rights and gun violence prevention legislation, it really is first and foremost a bill focused on commerce. Merchant category codes are used by merchants during sales by electronic payment methods. It is my understanding that MCCs are useful to improve fraud protection, help merchants obtain favorable rates and fee structures, make tax compliance simpler, and operate credit card rewards programs. Some people choose to use cash for all purchases to avoid being targeted for advertising and such, but others choose to always use a credit card in order to earn points and rewards. This bill prohibits merchants in New Hampshire from using the current firearms code when payment cards are used. It further prohibits payment card networks from requiring or allowing merchants to use firearms codes. I am somewhat concerned about the intrusion of the state of New Hampshire into this arena. I favor privacy rights, and perhaps an argument could be made that no merchant codes should be used. But to single out one code seems to me to require further study regarding the impact on businesses, fraud control, and efficiencies. I would heartily suggest that we vote down the ought to pass motion and agree to an interim study in order to fully vet this policy and consider the impact on both consumers and retailers. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Chandler. So is there further discussion? Senator Carson?
Thank you, Mr. President. My colleague from District 11 talks about singling out one particular item, and we're talking about purchasing guns, purchasing ammunition. Why is that odd? How many bills have been filed in this body over the past 2 years singling out guns and singling out gun owners? What we're saying is, no, don't do this to gun owners. They're already under attack, Mr. President, just simply because they own a gun. There are people here who feel no one should have a gun, that there's no reason to have one. So now we're going to allow somebody to track them. Who's going to protect that information? They shouldn't be tracked. They already have to report NICS list, all these other things. And, what's next? Let me ask you, what's next? I read an article earlier this week about people buying clothes and how clothes are clogging up our landfill. Most clothes are just, you wear them and you just throw them away. Are we now going to put these things on clothes so we can track how many pairs of shoes you have, how many bags? Oh my God, I'm in trouble because I own a lot of purses. Shirts, pants. I mean, at some point, it just becomes ridiculous. But once again, gun owners are being singled out, and we're saying no. Leave the gun owners alone. If you think they're doing something wrong, there's a process to deal with this. But why do you need to track gun owners and the ammunition they buy? We've talked about privacy. Don't they have a right to privacy on what they purchase? Do we want to see everything that we buy now tracked by the government? Really? Really? I don't think that's a way to go, but once again, gun owners are being singled out, and I'm saying no, leave them alone. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. The question is on adoption of ought to pass as amended. A roll call has been requested by Senator Murphy and seconded by Senator Avard. Is there any further discussion? Senator Abbas? Yeah?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to clarify, I understand the concern, I certainly appreciate the concern for fraud protection, because that exists in really any transaction that's done digitally with a line of credit. But when it comes to purchasing a firearm, when you go to the merchant to purchase that, a background check is being performed. You got to show an identification to complete that transaction. To commit fraud using a debit card or credit card in that transaction, especially the in-person ones, incredibly difficult to do because there's other ways that they're identifying the person who's buying the firearm, whether it's for themselves. Even on the app, when you purchase it, it's asked if it's for you or is it for someone else. So I don't think that this merchant code has anything to do with fraud. This was the result of pressure put on them by media outlets, and that's how you can tell that by the chronological order of when this kind of one began, then they had this code, and then the idea was to keep building on it, and that was well publicized. So I think for what the intent of this was, not the bill, but the underlying merchant code, was not something that I think is appropriate. We don't want financial institutions getting involved in a political climate like this. So please join me in support the committee's recommendation. Ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will please call the roll. If you're in favor of the motion of ought to pass, you would say yes. If you are not, you would say no. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Gendreau.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chanley.
No.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
No.
Senator Bertzel.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
And Senator Bradley.
Yes. The ayes have it 14 to 10. House Bill 1186 is ordered to the Committee on Finance. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Roll call. Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 1276 FN, an act relative to repealing the prohibition on the possession of sale of blackjacks, slungshots, and metallic knuckles except by or to minors. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be referred to interim study by a vote of 4 to 1. Senator Gannon for the committee.
Senator Gannon.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1276 FN be referred to interim study. This bill would amend the prohibition against carrying or selling a blackjack, a slingshot, or metallic knuckles to prohibit sale to or possession of the said items by those under 18 years of age. Currently, there are exceptions to the prohibition for specific professions and for those who hold a valid hunting or fishing license. While this bill does take into consideration the concerns that were voiced last session by maintaining the prohibition for minors, the committee felt that the repeal of the statute merited further discussion and examination. For these reasons, a majority of the Judiciary Committee asked for your support on the motion of refer to interim study on House Bill 1276 FN. Thank you, Mr. President, and if I may have those 9 seconds you offered me a few minutes ago, I'll be very quick in speaking on this.
You're down to 3 now.
Oh, jeez. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Times have changed. Societal norms no longer accept these weapons in a civilized society. These weapons unacceptably raise a fistfight into a life or death situation. I was once at a Frozen 4 game, and I had a big mouth next to me. His son was playing on BC, and he said something about North Dakota, and all of a sudden, 5 or 6 fighting Sioux started heading towards us. At the worst case, I was going to have to go down with my wingman. But I had no worries that these people were going to have such weapons that could permanently maim or injure me. So again, we don't want to raise a fist fight into a life and death situation, and these items just are not acceptable to most of society anymore. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gannon. The motion is refer for interim study. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. The ayes have it. The motion of refer for interim study is adopted. Now to the bills that have been removed from consent calendar. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred House Bill 1129, an act relative to authority to vote by proxy in a condominium association. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5 to 0. Senator Soucy for the committee.
Senator Soucy.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1129 would define directed and undirected proxies for the purpose of voting in condominium meetings, and it would allow the unit owner to designate either a directed or undirected proxy. Under existing statute, no person can have more than 10 of these proxies. While directed proxies are permitted, it is not codified in statute. As a result, some associations have not allowed them. This would actually codify it in statute, so I would encourage the Senate to look favorably upon House Bill 1129 as passed by the committee, and I also understand there may be a floor amendment to catch an error that was not raised during the hearing. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Soucy. The bill is on second reading. Is there any discussion or floor amendment? Senator Innes, you are recognized to introduce floor amendment 1693.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to introduce for the body's consideration Amendment 1693. After the public hearing, residents from larger condominium associations brought forth concerns about the bill as it was introduced and passed in committee. This amendment would seek to remedy these concerns by requiring that the same care be given to directed proxies as undirected proxies, as they could be manipulated or manufactured in the same way, and clarifying that associations with 20 units or more shall not exceed 10% of the votes cast unless the bylaws specify that less than 10% of proxies cast shall apply. I ask for the body's support on Amendment 1693S on House Bill 1129. And speaking for just a moment longer, if I may, Mr. President, this addresses concerns by very large condo associations. If you have 200, 300, 400 units, the bill as written would create an onerous, if not impossible, situation for those large associations. This corrects that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Innes. The question is on adoption of Floor Amendment 1693. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Open for further discussion or amendment. Seeing no discussion, the question is on adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1129. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. House Bill 1129 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 1111 FN, an act relative to the penalty for false reports of suspected abuse and neglect made to the Division of Children, Youth and Families. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be inexpedient to legislate. By a vote of 5-0, Senator Whitley for the committee.
I move HB 1111 inexpedient to legislate. HB 1111 FN would have provided that reports of suspected abuse and neglect may include the name of the person making the report, and that a report made maliciously or with the intent to cause harm may be subject to civil and criminal penalties. The bill would have provided that a person who is in their professional capacity is a mandatory reporter of suspected abuse and neglect may be subject to civil liability for failing to report. The committee heard numerous concerns that this bill could have a chilling effect on reporters, be weaponized in domestic violence situations, and that DCWF does not feel that false reporters are an issue. Thank you, Mr. President. I urge the body.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there further discussion? Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to clarify a couple of issues about this bill. First, I think it's a problem that the bill would require the department to issue a warning to a person who is making the report. If every person making a good faith report is told that they could be held liable for making a malicious report, they might be less willing to complete their good faith report. We want to encourage good faith reporting. Second, the bill purports to create a civil cause of action for malicious or bad faith reports to Child Protective Services. But that simply is not there because there is already a cause of action available to a victim of someone who does this. We know this because of RSA 169C:31 provides immunity to anyone participating in making a report, but only if the report is made in good faith. This makes it clear that for reports made in bad faith, there is liability. Other states like California, Idaho, Missouri, Montana, Nebraska, New Jersey, Tennessee, and Virginia extend immunity even to bad faith and knowingly false reports. Still, other states like Colorado, Maine, Mississippi, North Carolina, and South Carolina create a statutory presumption that mandatory reports are in good faith. Mr. President, our law doesn't do anything like that, and we already have common law remedies available to people who are victimized by bad faith or malicious reports. So, Mr. President, I do not believe that this bill is necessary, as most of what it seeks to do is already in law in New Hampshire. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. The question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1111. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 1220 FN, an act abolishing the collection of racial and educational data for use in material application worksheet. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Whitley for the committee.
Senator Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is quite a challenge without my glasses. I move HB 1220 ought to pass. House Bill 1220 abolishes the collection of racial and educational data for use in a marital application worksheet. The committee amendment corrects an inadvertent addition in SB 255 from 2023 relative to the expectation of privacy, which gave the Secretary of State's office rulemaking authority regarding this privacy statute, even though they have no staff for rulemaking. The underlying bill would stop the collection of racial and educational data in the marriage application, as the state does not use this data. And the committee heard testimony that the continuing collection of this data could pose significant legal challenges to the state. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. The bill is now on second reading, and the first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor of the committee amendment, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on further discussion. Senator Rosenwald, you are recognized.
I'm going to try for 5 seconds. Thank you, Mr. President. I
only gave Gannon 3.
All right. So, all right, I'll try to be quicker. I rise in strong support of this bill. There's no good reason to collect race and education level of people who want to get married. But I ask the body to consider and remember that we also collect this same information about mothers and fathers who then go on to have a baby. And just as it's not the government's business when an interracial couple or couple who didn't go to college maybe decide to get married, it's also not our business when the same happy couple have a baby. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. The bill is still on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1220. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. House Bill 1220 is ordered to third reading. And now, I recognize Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that all bills and resolutions ordered to a third reading be, by this resolution, read a third time, all titles be the same as adopted, and that they be passed at the present time.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The early session is adjourned. We are in the late session. Are there announcements or personal privileges? No announcements? No personal privileges? So I'm going to take advantage of personal privilege. First of all, I want to thank Sonia, Peter, and Nicole. I should have thanked all you folks downstairs for such a great job with the interns this year. You guys really went above and beyond. I know Nicole's not here, but please, everybody, thank her when you see her next week. So thank you for that. Now, there are times that you come to a crossroads, and I'm at one of those times, and I'm not going to seek re-election. It's a bit bittersweet because I've had the opportunity to serve across the wall, to serve in our nation's capital, and to serve in this absolutely beautiful room. I've had the opportunity to go in a number of other state houses, not enough, but some. And I can tell you that there's no nicer place to do the people's business than right here in this room. And there are a lot of reasons for that. I always tell everybody, all we are is glorified volunteers with a fancy schmancy license plate that get paid $100 a year. Don't ever change that, because nobody puts our name on the ballot. We have to want to do it. And because we're all volunteers and because we want to do it, we all come at this, I think, and I've been here long enough to know, that regardless of how we may believe on certain issues, we all want to do what's best for New Hampshire. I did have the opportunity to serve in our nation's capital. This is a very different atmosphere here. Yes, we argue. We differ. We're going to continue to argue and differ, but we often come together. And it's very rare in this room that I've seen spite used against fellow members. I saw it all the time in Washington. Anybody that's paying attention to whatever news station you watch, and good luck, it's only gotten worse. This room is very special. And so it's a bit bittersweet in some ways to be moving on. But the time comes. When you get to a crossroads, sometimes you have to cross the crossroads. And that's the time for me. And I just want to start out by thanking Karen, my bride, my wonderful bride, who there's been nobody who's supported me more and had to put up with more, quite frankly, and really been just an unbelievable partner. And Karen and I, before we were married, we hiked together extensively in the White Mountains. And you get to know people in this room pretty darn well. When you're crossing some of the ridges above tree line for several hours in our presidential range, and you're out there all by yourself, as Karen and I have been many times, you get to know somebody pretty well there, and she's the best, let me tell you. She is the best. So thank you, Karen. I think everybody needs to... Yeah. I want to thank Marie. There's no one who has done more to keep me on time. Tell me when my hair needs cutting. Tell me you shouldn't take that meeting when I say, yeah, go ahead and put me on that meeting. So Marie, you've been the best. Thank you very much. You're just so wonderful here. I want to thank PK and Chris, who I should have introduced them as guests, but they have worked with me off and on from my congressional office days, and you couldn't ask for two better guys. And with the last of the thank yous, I want to thank Deborah. I'll tell you a little story about her. I was kind of a rough and tumble House member. I thought I knew everything about everything. So probably the second or third time that she met me, and I was wearing one of my Jerry Garcia ties, she brought out a pair of scissors. And she said, if I ever see you in a Jerry Garcia tie again, snip, snip, snip. If it hadn't been for Deborah, I don't think I would have had any of the opportunities or successes that I've had to share with you. And so lastly, I want to thank not only the voters in the 1st Congressional District as well as Senate District 3. It's been a really great opportunity and pleasure for me to represent so much in New Hampshire. I am a live free or die guy, hopefully always be a Granite State guy. But I also want to thank all of you. It's been Some of you I've served with for a long time, Senator D, Senator Carson, who have both been here longer than I have, but all the rest of you, Senator Innes, you've come and gone even. But again, this gets back to how great a place this is, where we don't always agree. We sometimes do fight like cats and dogs, and even cats and dogs don't always fight. But we also come together more than people know and do the people's business. And so, you know, thank you for that. God bless you for that. It's been an honor to be up at this podium. It's been an honor to sit down there. It's been an honor to call all of you my friends. And so we still have a ways to go in this session, but I just wanted to say this today. So thank you very much. All right, enough of that. Without objection, all personal privileges and unanimous consent or other remarks shall be entered into the permanent journal of the Senate per Rule 216 and 217. Is there any other business? I recognize Senator Carson for a motion.
I'm all ready to go. I had everything all packed up. I'm like, let's get out of here. It's a beautiful day. Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the business of the day being completed, that the Senate recess to the call of the chair for the purpose of introducing legislation, re-referring bills to committee, scheduling hearings, sending and receiving messages, vacating bills, and processing enrolled bill reports and amendments. And when we recess to the call of the chair.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The Senate is in recess to the call of the chair.